Give me a second, I'll start in a bit. I'm actually using, I'll talk about it later, but today I have an interesting topic. I'm also using a different mic. Hopefully, is it loud enough? Well, there's nothing I can do if it's not loud enough because this is the max volume. Hopefully, it's at least clear. No, I'll paint today. See if I can. How can I position this mic? Does this work? Does this work? It's like blocking my face. Here's I hate the fact that mics kind of have to block me from my screen because otherwise I can't talk into it. I'm supposed to be like pretty close to the mic, but then it'll block most of my drawing screen, which is not ideal, but that's okay. Whoops. Cool. So someone asked me an interesting question today in the mentorship, which was, I don't know if you guys know this, the distillations. Distillations are like you draw the basic shapes and maybe you use, oh my god, I can't talk today. Maybe you use like two or three values to get a simplified shape, simplified set of shapes to represent the picture. So usually we do these distillations with like hard brushes so that we don't introduce new values into it. But if we're doing hard brushes, then we can't do gradients, right? At least not a smooth gradient. So I have some Molotov like 1T7Q. So the method that I'll be showing today is different from my typical method, but it's actually a method that I am pretty used to because I used to do it this way. It's like a very old way of that I used to draw, and the reason why I'm doing this today is because I think it's a cool method. It has a lot of limitations, but I think it's a cool method in terms of doing like a reference sketch and or a referenced drawing. Even a non-referenced drawing, this would also have benefits. But someone asked if we're focusing on the big picture, why is it that we don't use a soft brush to do the sketch or the drawing? Like, why is it that we use hard brush to do hard shapes when we should be focusing on the bigger gradients and the bigger relationship between values. Essentially, that's what the question was. And it did get me thinking, but more like remembering, because I understood the concept of like focusing on bigger shapes, and the logical choice is to use big blurry brushes to identify big pieces of values. And because we can adjust them very well, very fine, it's actually more logical to use a airbrush to build your initial shapes than to use hard brush, which I think to a lot of people that sounds counterintuitive if you've been taught to use a hard brush and do very clear shapes. And I'm just gonna do that method right now because I'm continuing the sketch with that method. And I think it's good because it helps us keep a good focus on the overall. I've already progressed this a little bit, but I will be restarting one with the same method. So basically I'm using like this really soft brush, and I'm building the gradient uh, with the soft brush, and then kind of like because of how big the brush is, there's impossible for me to go into smaller areas, and that's both an advantage and a disadvantage. And I don't see a lot of people paint like this anymore. I think I've seen people paint like this before, but the reason why I don't recommend this is because you would need pretty good self-control over like looking at the big picture and maintaining accuracy of the big shapes at the same time while working with like very blurry shapes. So it's actually when I say your mileage or your mileage is gonna vary with this method. What I really mean is like it's gonna suck for a long time if you try this method. How many years of archive? Well, I don't know. Like I started with this method and it sucked for a while, but so Yu Ming Lee does do some like variations of this, but he doesn't start with just a soft brush, you know. It's like and that's why his overall lighting is very good. And I also like trained myself on this method. It wasn't I didn't do it because someone taught it. It's just like I'm sure someone somewhere teaches this, but I did it because it made sense to me. Let's fix this part so he's not wide enough. I need this guy to be pretty wide. So there are groups of people that absolutely hate airbrush and think that if you airbrush, then you're the worst artist ever. But yeah, it's just a method. So I'm trying to pick out the biggest value blocks. Do you still recommend hard edge for beginners? Yes, definitely. This method is at least when I've introduced it to some people before, and they all found it to be very difficult. It's like hard to control. So I don't really recommend it anymore because honestly, the hard edge and the hard brush method is much easier to learn and gets better return. So I don't ever like teach this method. So Because it requires your drawing to be pretty good already. I believe that's the main downside to it. I don't know if it's 100% true because I've only seen myself try it, but I'm actually having this one person I'm mentoring try it, and then see how it goes next week. But I imagine it would be pretty difficult. Because like, okay, when do you switch to a harder brush, and how do you manage smaller shapes in this, like, in this situation? Because there's no like clear cut rules. At least in hard brushes, there's some easier to follow rules, but here, not really. I could make up a few, but and if anybody's here's like in my mentorship, they would understand like the stages of sketches. What I mean by when I say stages of sketches, so that would help maybe. Uh, but there's too many small moving parts for stuff like this. Yeah, I'm actually curious if anybody teaches this as like the main method. This is Clip Studio Paint. Do you think beginners should focus on structure and shape above all else? Structure, shapes, yes. Structure is you're gonna have to define that term a little bit before I can answer that. So one person I think does this was, I don't know if she still draws, was Sakimi. I think for realism, this is some parts of it is easier with this method. I don't know if they still draw or not. So if I can one shot this shape without any like guides, then it there's not a lot of downsides. People struggle to having CSP and Photoshop drivers together. No, I don't have that issue right now. Looking at some tips on post confidence, I've seen the bean for torso. The bean for torso is nice. The bean torso thing is nice. Yeah, I don't know if Sakimi still draws. She's made enough money. I think it's like her timing is great. If she did it now, I don't think that market exists anymore. So oh yeah, compared to Procreate, yeah, the Procreate has a lot of stabilization and like, oh my God. Airbrush can identify the overall shape without getting to focus on the details. Yes, essentially, that's one of the major benefits. I mean, eventually, I still have to like define stuff, but it's just like I can delay that a lot. It's better to use triangle. I like triangle. You know, people can use whatever they want. Someone is dead naming me. Wow. In 2026. Talk about thumbnailing and composition a little later. How you think about these things? I'll give it an example, just because I think it's a good example. So every week I do mentorships. Almost every day I do mentorships, and some of these are like people come up with like interesting problems I have to solve. It's the whole point, right? They come up with problems and I provide them with some sort of a solution. Um, and sometimes the problems are truly very interesting, like things that either I didn't think about before or I had to find different ways to solve. And this be done with the texture brush instead of a soft brush, then you're kind of going back to the whole normal thumbnailing process. Uh, yes, you still break down the lights and whatever. So it's not just a two-dimensional process. It's just I try to do all the information for the different types of layer modes just in one layer. I'm not experimenting. I'm just doing a very old process that I used to do. Obviously, I'm probably better at it now because I have more experience since the last time I did it. The last time I did this probably like a while ago. I don't know, probably years. So now because I did all the soft transition, the idea is like, okay, so you guys know how there's the blur tool and the smudge tool. So what you do is you draw the details, you draw all the details, and then later on you smudge and you blur and you texture to get that painterly feel. See, that's kind of backwards, right? Like you're drawing it and then you're kind of intentionally erasing stuff to say, okay, like I wanna get the effect of the painterly feel, but I feel like that's backwards. It's almost like I hate labeling this as performative, but it is performative. You're not really doing a painterly process. You're just getting a painterly filter done manually. Does that? I hope that makes sense and it doesn't piss anybody off. But essentially, painting or at least the painterly style when a traditional painter with the process of like working big to small, they're refining the shapes, right? Slowly. That's why it has the painterly feel. That's why some things are not rendered. They're not rendered because someone blurred it out. They're not rendered because they were never rendered to begin with. And you choose what to render. So it's like a process of choosing this is important, I should render it, versus this is not important, I'm going to leave it at a certain degree of finality. But digital drawing kind of get that backwards sometimes, right? Digital drawings, like you heard of people like getting a brushwork, like a textured brush, and then they just kind of they finish, aka like kind of like finish the drawing in all details, and then they brush over the detail, brush over the edges. Like that's to put it plainly, it is you're mimicking the effect. So the effect of the painterly is not because of uh it's not because of the process or the thought process you even. It's because uh you're mimicking the result of the process. Well, it's not that's not the difference between painterly and realism. That's the difference between painting and drawing. So drawing is like you draft all the details. So you have like draftsmanship. But painting is more like, at least when you do work big to small, there are detail painters that starts with details, and then I feel like it's the same problem when they do all the details and then they erase it, they like smear it. I'm like, in some cases it might be okay because like if it's actually a smear, so as in like if you're smearing for motion blur, that kind of makes sense because it's motion blur is like there's a detail and then you erase it. But if you're smearing for like the fancy brushwork, if you're adding these like decorative brushwork, you spraying paint on your painting after it's painted, that feels more decorative instead of, okay, the brushwork is because I work very loosely, right? There's a difference between working very loosely and then later on getting extra paint to splash over your finished painting. How was your time at New York City anime? So the anime was great. New York City was interesting, but too expensive for me. It's like the food is expensive. So the thing with going softer to detail is that I have to be more careful. I feel like I have to be more careful. It's easier to screw it up. Or maybe I'm just not used to this method. Because honestly, I haven't done it that much. I've done it a long time ago, but that's a long time ago. And maybe if I practiced a bit more, I would be better at it. And here I might actually try it a bit more. Like try this method a bit more. Because I think it has a lot of potential. At least it like has a lot of things about it that I like. There you go. I need to make soft edges with square brush. Ooh, that might be your brush naturally just like spins weird. Uh, Pay attention to which direction the brush is facing, like the brush pattern is turned. I'm glad you find it useful. Maybe that's why I'm broke. I don't charge you guys for this. Also, like even NYC, I make less money than my peers because it's like my stuff is not like pinup style. Like I just like painting, right? Maybe I'll cater a little bit if it's within my style. I'll cater a little bit to the audience, but really, I cannot get away from my process because I enjoy my process a lot. My processy. How would you usually draw a scene? Like, I would start with hard shapes. It's just the difference of starting with soft and hard shapes, but still the focus on bigger shapes is unchanged. It's the same. So I thought advanced artists would rather use simple screenless tablets. Should I learn hand coordination and learn that? I don't know who you're hearing that from, but it's probably not true. As in, like, it's hard to say one way or the other. There are people who prefer uh, screen tablets, like I prefer screen tablets, and then there are people who prefer screenless tablets because they're used to it, or it's easier on their hands, for example. Uh, and they're both good reasons. It's best to like try it out and then have your own opinion. Don't just think, oh, like this artist I like uses screen tablets, so if I don't use screen tablets, I'm cooked. So that's not true. It's just I know it's like hard to try it out, but as in like where are you gonna find someone that's gonna lend you the thing? But I'm sure you can either find someone, go to a convention that has uh those booth like these tablet companies. They have usually if the convention is big enough, they have these booth to let people test it. At what point can I move on from value studies as a beginner? I mean, that is about as open-ended as a question as you can make a question. What do you mean by beginner? What do you mean like can? Like can as in like if you do it too early, someone's gonna bust in your room and smite you? Like Proco's gonna just like kick down your door and beat you up? I don't know. And value studies. What are you trying to get out of value studies? Like there's so many questions. Any new artist work inspire you recently? Not particularly in terms of recently. I find artists all the time that's like I'm like, oh, that's cool, but like it's a common occurrence. It's not like, oh, I have one every several years. It's just like I find cool works all the time. I don't believe for most people it will be helpful, but I think it is a logical process. For most people, it wouldn't be helpful because the problem is not the gradient usually. The problem is the shapes not being accurate enough, from my experience of teaching people. So really, you won't benefit by having a smoother gradient or like bigger shape, bigger gradients. I mean, what most people would benefit from is getting more accurate shapes laid laid down early, like really early. Because like you guys are doing all this like liquify tool later in the stage, or like uh you finish drawing and you're like, oh, the post doesn't look that good, or like something looks wobbly. Yeah, that's a drafting issue, not a tool issue or a method. I mean, maybe methods will fix that, but well, like paintings, do you draw sketches? I don't draw sketches for my paintings. This is just practice. When I paint, I just paint the thing. So I might show you guys later, but um, I'll yeah, I'll do a full painting later after I finish the study, just because I think this is interesting for me. It's a interesting um, practice for me. So typically I don't like putting oops, I don't like putting the reference on the same page, but this was a file for a student, and this was a demo for a student. So, oh, I have no idea what this was from. It's from a movie, but I don't know. The student pulled this file. This I should ask where it's from, but yeah, it's all I know is from a movie or show. I don't know which one. I mean, maybe someone can identify it. How do you deal with perfectionism as an artist? Well, it's kind of like how do I say it? I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me kind of deal. I think I'm gonna let perfectionism beat me. No, it's gonna get tired before I do. So, no, 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 no. That's okay. Wait a second. Where is that line from? I thought it's Batman, but I can't remember. No. Wait. I don't feel like that's a Batman line. Oh, Watchmen. Okay. Haven't seen that movie in a while. Wait, who said that? Like, which character said that? Was it Rorschach? Okay, Rorschach. Nice. No wonder I thought it was Batman. See, it has like the coarse voice. I forgot this process isn't really faster. Yeah, that's why I moved away from it. No, I don't plan on adding colors. If I wanted to add colors, I would have did it in color to begin with. Maybe I won't push this as far as I thought I would. How do you know what colors to use? Well, I mean, like, if I have a reference, I look at the reference and it tells me what colors to use approximately. If I don't have a reference, then I think of, lighting and color theory. So I've grown to hate the word color theory 90% of the time I hear it or use it. But truly, it's like a theory of color and how light works physically. And I think about that, and sometimes it gives me colors to work with. So there's that. But color theory now is devolved into something like this. Let me just show real quick. It's like oh wow, wow, wow. Um or like what's an interesting part, like look at how dark this is. Look how dark this is. That's kind of the what it's devolved into. But I mean, like, how's like different spectrum of color behave in different situations. Uh, I guess I could rephrase what I could get. Wait, hold on. I'd be looking to get from values studies because everybody says they're good and I do them, but I don't know what for. Yeah, so that's like also a common issue in the YouTube space, right? Everybody says, "Oh yeah, do color studies, do value studies, do I don't know what does YouTube say? TikTok art videos, do silhouettes, study proportions before anatomy, whatever that means, right? And uh, what is like shape language. Uh, let's see what else. Balance and like pose balance, like dynamic poses, stuff like that. I was just throwing random buzzwords. But yeah, if you're studying and you don't know what you're studying for, usually you're not gonna get much out of it. You'll still get like motor functions, right? But you won't really get much out of it in terms of like, oh, it's gonna give a substantial improvement in this or that because you don't even know what this or that is. Like you haven't decided yet. So you kind of have to like sit down with yourself and think about like, oh, why am I even doing value studies? Is it because I think I'm weak in values? Like, what does values even mean? It just means the control of light and dark values, like whether it's black or white or anything in between. So you have to decide what it is. You know what I mean? Like the way trendy tutorials explain it, if so, did you learn from older resources? Well, I learned from photos and other artists. I didn't like reading books, so I only read Loomis, and that was fairly helpful, but really that's not the bulk, and it's not even a significant amount of how I draw right now. I like photos because photos back in my days, before the AIs came, we can trust that photos have certain levels of truth and realism to it. So I can study that with the confidence that, okay, the lighting I study, the anatomy I study is correct, given that the photographer didn't just want to like make his life goal to screw me over. And usually they stay pretty true to the, you know, the candid photos. Even if it was color graded, the relative values are still okay. Unless they're really bad at photoshopping. What would be your thought process for overcast lighting since there's no, oh, soft lights? Yeah, you can still think of it as like a soft light box or a panel light. But yes, that is true. There's no hard light. Like very clear lighting, so you're kind of screwed. Soft light is just difficult in general. But the approach I have is like, okay, if it's closer to the object that is casting the shadow to, then it's a harder shadow. And if it's further, then it's softer. That's it. I don't try to make it too complicated. There's still direction, but at that point, it's like not as important. It's kind of everywhere. And like you said, ambient occlusion kind of carries the rest. Sometimes there's bounce light, but can't rely too much on that either. So yeah, this method requires me to be very careful very early, which is one of the kind of a downside. I enjoy it because I like being careful very early. And not careful not in the sense like, oh, I need to do like a meticulous line art, but more like just like which shapes are important. I need to figure it out now. Biggest pet peeve I have seen from those posts, breakdown anatomy or of a post where they just draw shapes on it with no form and stuff. I mean, yeah, that could be useful. I don't know because I'm not looking at the videos. But I have seen a couple, like it's not even like, I mean, a lot of them are AI slop these days, but the ones I'm talking about is more like people who just they are regurgitating tutorials because it gets them a lot of traction. Like, mm, yeah, I mean, the words that they're saying is correct, but the way they're phrasing or the way they're shortcutting is incorrect. It's because like if you want to take a paragraph of words about some art concept like extraction or whatever, and you want to shorten it, you want to be like, let me condense it to something that's bite-sized that people can digest in 10 seconds for the sake of making shorts, whether or not that's a good idea or not aside. But when you try to do that, you have to understand the actual content. Not only that, not only you have to understand all the words in it, but you have to understand what's important about it before you can summarize it. But if you just summarize it without prior knowledge or like the ability to actually use the concept, then what you're doing is you're picking random parts of that concept and saying, okay, I think this part is important, or like it sounds like it's a good hook, and let me just publish this thinking that, oh yeah, this will be useful to people. I'm like, well, how would you know if you haven't learned it? how would you know if it's useful or not? But they don't care. They're just content farm. And then the worst offender would be like those AI content farms where they take tutorials made from other people, other books, and they actually do a fairly good job at summarizing. But then they have these pictorial descriptions or pictorial aids that tries to help you understand what it is, but because they're mislabeled, it's actually more harm than good. You could argue that capturing the likeness is performative too. Huh. Is it though? What do you mean capturing the likeness? It's less control this way because you basically need to clean up all the soft edges you don't want. Hmm. Kind of. Kind of. I think of it as like instead of taking away, it's like adding the edges that you do want. Whereas adding the softness you do want is a bit opposite of how we think about things. Like, things are blurry until we clarify it, not the other way around. But that is an interesting perspective. Any advice on creating? Oh, wait. It's synonymous. Did I just join your server? Yeah. Wait, am I getting the right person right now? I think I am. You feel like you're copying. Uh, so when you need to change things or when you need to create your original stuff, you have to think about like, okay, assuming that you're going with more realistic styles like semi-realism, realism, any derivative of realism. I think what you need to understand is like making any changes requires you to understand form and lighting. So that's a combination of geometry and perspective and uh, having good control over values, having good control over like colors. In that case, it would be color theory, having good like decent understanding of color theory, and then you can change it however you want or create completely new compositions. I'll show some distillations, but essentially it's like a bigger test for your fundamentals. And if our fundamentals fall short, then what you end up with is like you don't understand how to complete the drawing because you're like, I don't know how to render because, you know, I don't know the details of these muscles, and those you can look up. I don't know how to draw the shape, and usually it's because you don't know how to simplify a shape. For example, hands are just boxes and cylinders. Now, if your hand looks wonky, then that means either you don't understand the proportion of the hand, which is an easy solution, or you don't understand how to draw a cylinder in certain perspective, which is also an easy solution, but it's a longer thing to figure out. Proportion is simple. Drawing the right forms, not as simple. Yeah, there's more moving parts in that. Have you tried doing originals? I mean, everybody kind of has this problem, right? Like when you're doing originals without reference, then you run into more problems. That's how much perspective and barg. How much is perspective and barg a resolution issue? What's a resolution issue? Okay, I hate originals with Sketch because I feel like it's not a fun process. That's the only reason. But yeah, I bet it's easier. But I like originals with just like straight painting because it just feels more fun. If it's not fun, what's the point? At least for me, you know. Oh, I'm drawing so slow here, but that's okay. 'Cause this is fun. Oh, so speaking of money, like doing this for free. I mean, I could do most of it for free, but not all of it. That's why I don't just go like, "Oh, let me mentor random people," you know? Some people ask me to mentor them. I'm like, "Okay, like we gotta we gotta go through the mentorship thing, you know? Like you pay me, I give you some stuff. Stuff as in like I give you critiques and stuff. Sometimes I do like free critiques. Like free as in like people post on the server and then I go in and say, you know, this is how you fix stuff. But yeah, the server has a lot of people that also answers people's questions, and that's cool. So anyway, a little bit off track. The on track thing is I will be opening up a shop sometime this year, hopefully this year, um, and I will be. I'm gonna start with prints first. So small prints, but there will be like fine art prints, like UV prints, which I'll print myself because I really like doing stuff myself. I entertain the idea of like doing third party, and I did have an imprint. I do have an imprint, but I don't update it because I feel no joy doing essentially what is drop shipping, even though it's my stuff, right? But it's like I'm not printing the stuff, so I feel like it's not fun. So I want to craft these things, or rather QC the prints myself, and then ship them out myself, and hopefully I don't starve to death. That's the goal. That's the idea. So yeah, any news for these the print shop updates, the shop update, I will do on social media, and I'll send out obviously notifications for uh, our posts and notification on Discord and YouTube, I guess. You just gotta have everything now. You got YouTube, we got Twitter, Redno, we got Discord, Instagram. It's like I don't even want to keep up with this. Like I'll complain about that other thing later. I just have complaints all day apparently. Do you make original characters often, as in concept art? I don't make original characters often, but I make art of my original characters occasionally. Which is your main social media these days? I mean, Twitter and Instagram is pretty main, but I use Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube pretty evenly. Like YouTube for different purposes. I really should be making more videos, but uh, I don't because they take a long time and they do not make me any money at all. So it's really a straight up passion project, and I don't know if I can justify spending too much time on it as it stands. Yeah. It's I can't always do charity. Yeah. I'm not a millionaire or billionaire. If I was, I would do a ton of charity, sure, but gotta pay rent. Pay rent, pay taxes, man. It's gonna get to me one day. Let's see, the amount of money I make right now is like barely enough. So yeah, I can't be fooling around. When do you keep when do you keep in mind when when do you keep it what do you keep in mind when you draw faults? Cylinders. Yeah, cylinders. Like through a phone? Like Ganyu's real? Of course she is. I could talk to her right now. What are you talking about? Any recommendations of a study practice schedule? Depends on your rate of burnout. I just like to study every day if I could, personally. If I could. But I cannot. But I think most people, if they study every day, they will burn out. It's just not interesting. Would you ever consider becoming a VTuber? Oh, for what? I don't think the demand for male VTubers is high, and I don't know about streaming schedules. Like I don't even to be honest, I don't even know how VTubers make money. It's the thing. Like you play some games and you make money. That's insane. Like and I hear so many like scary stories. Not scary, but like they invest a bunch of money, like thousands of dollars into a VTuber model, and then they quit within like a couple weeks because there's no traction and there's yeah, it's like then what then? Right before college from animation to cog science, cognitive science, or barely make any money because if you don't, I know. I mean, I don't because I don't do as much fan art as I probably should if I want to make money. Pickle. Why a pickle? Yeah, there's ways to make money in the art industry with uh like enough skill. It's just like, do you want to make money like that? Oh man, what makes a shape bad? Depends on what you're drawing. A lot of my answer is gonna be it depends because a lot of your questions depends. Like, you're not giving me enough criterias. Oh, I forgot to answer. Yeah, my originals honestly just stay in draft, but I'll 100% revisit my fundamentals. I mean, revisit the original first and then see if you need fundamentals, you know? Don't just think you need more fundamentals. Like, there's like there's a lot of fundamental grinders where they're just like, oh, you gotta be this good before you can draw. Like, yeah, as much as I like fundamentals, that's just simply not true, you know? Okay, so the only problem with this sketch that I have is I don't care for the subject. That's all. But otherwise, this is a pretty fun exercise. Specialized for UX UI design. Looks like everything is cooked. Yeah, AI and whatnot. And economy doesn't really allow people to invest money into entertainment and stuff. So we are kind of in a pickle. uh, would it be easier to answer if I asked you what you look for in your shapes when you're painting? No, it wouldn't be easier because it depends on what I'm painting. So, for example, if I'm painting hair, then aesthetically pleasing shapes might be flowy shapes. If I'm painting a car, aesthetically pleasing shapes might be hard shapes. Today's Thursday. Okay. Good luck painting. Have fun painting. There you go. Talk about mood in paintings. Like color or like expression of the people or in general? Usually I talk about a mood in a painting based on the painting I'm looking at. So like in this case, it's like the mood in this painting or rather I like to talk about the elements in the painting. So like top light, gloomy, so it's like a little bit of the air is dense. So it's like a maybe a urgent kind of like time is of the essence type situation and confrontational just because two people the shot is focused on the interaction between the two people. I don't know if this is even useful, but yeah, that's the mood, right? But how do you establish a mood? There's like a thousand ways. So how to use split complementary or whatever shapes on coloring shading a ball. I saw complementary with hold on. Split complementary, like two sets of complementaries. I don't I don't memorize these things. Let me just Google that real quick for you. Split complementary. Okay, that's a lot of text and not very useful. Ah, it's like three colors, and then there's two that's almost like, well, they're close to each other, like analogous, and then one that's opposite. So it's like the complementary, but the complementary is split. Okay, that makes sense. How to use split complementary on shading? What the heck? What kind of question is this? Uh, it. Why would you use split complementary? It seems like just more of a color palette thing than a how would I use it to define light? Because there are many ways why we would have split complementary colors, but there's not a specific way to say, oh, you use split complementaries in these type of lighting situations. I mean, I guess if you have a secondary light that's softer, and then you have a primary, yeah, let's say you have two secondary lights that's soft, then I guess you could use split complementary. So you have three light sources. One is the main, and then the two is like the split. But then that's a swatch problem. That's a color palette problem, not a lighting problem. I heard from another stream that you practice values for 2 hours. How did you transition to color? Well, I start picking non-black and white values or colors, you know? Uh, to be more specific, I know why you're asking that question, but the value practice helps you to like get really sensitive to contrast, and that helps you with determining contrast between colors. And contrast between colors just has more axes. The hue, saturation, and value are just different axes of contrast. And if you are good at one, then you can quickly translate into the other two. So practice black and white to get better, or at least my logic was practice black and white to get better at colors. And it kind of worked. I would say I'm decent at colors. Not for like color design, but the understanding how colors work more on a physical level. What do you think about students who care too much about Instagram? Oh man, seems like someone's getting called out as the person getting called out here. Get doxxed. Students who care too much about Instagram, too much of anything is bad. That's why we call it too much, like overly, right? But you can decide what too much is on your own. Like for example, I sometimes do commissions. I don't do commissions right now, but sometimes I do, and I might want to sell stuff. And having a good, like a healthy, organic social media, like in terms of engagement, followings, and growth is good for business, which is good for my health because it helps me buy food and survive. So, is it really caring about it too much if it's my main source of income, or at least it's proxy to my main source of income? No, because without it, I will die. But I do tell people like, okay, like my main focus is still on the skill, even if I were to almost die for a long time. As long as I don't actually die, I think I'm good. So it's how close can you get to dying without actually dying? Because I want to practice my skill more as much as I can, in a way that I want, even if it's not like economically good for me or financially good for me. Because I believe that's more of a long term yield, right? So you have to judge what's good for you. Did you sell your painting, the Monkey one? No, I don't sell originals right now. I will. So a little bit about the online shop. I might sell oil paintings there, like one of one. How'd you blend the red, white, and green of a watermelon without transparency? What are you talking about? What? Why do I need to blend what? Am I like a blender? Like, why do I need to do that? I'm so confused. I need to blend them? Can I just not blend them? I mean, they're stripes. They're not really blended, right? Or did I misremember what watermelons look like? Are there transitions between the stripes? I don't know. I feel like I don't need to blend them. Why the green? The green is like a slice. The white and the red I can understand because there's a transition between where it is white and where it is red. But that's just paint the middle color. I You guys are making this really complicated. I'm at the point where I don't like the subject, but I'm I can push the I can push the drawing a lot more. I'm like, but do I want to? Is there anything special about drawing Ganyu? Just wondering if she's your favorite. Well, yeah, she's my favorite character. Because the design, dude, the design. What did you do when you don't know what to do? I just do random things. If I really don't know what to do, I just like do random things. If I figured out what to do, then I knew what to do to begin with, right? It's kind of a self-invalidating question. How do you get the correct color between local color and lighting and shadow? Huh. I'm assuming you mean the base color of an object. I guess. I make an educated guess. Sometimes my guess is good, sometimes my guess is bad. But I guess like the angle which the light hits it, and then okay. So if you do the angle in which the light hits it and you put like a sign on it, so like sign of the angle in which the light hits it, then you actually get the power that the light is hitting at, kind of like a function of distance versus sound wave. So sound as it broadcasts out, it's like a square law. It's a square law because the distance is a square root of the 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 surface area, right? That like if you double the distance from the original source, then you quadruple the dilution of the power. So it's the same as a light source. A light source that has a cone. So if the light source is not a laser, like a dot, then it will be proportional to the distance it travels. And actually, no. So the sine thing, it applies even if it was a laser. So because it has some sort of surface area that's hitting. So the surface area, if it increases by a certain amount, then the intensity of light will decrease inversely but linearly, right? So if that's true, then all we have to do is estimate the angle of the incident angle of light on a specific surface, and then we can tell how much brighter is going to make something. And obviously, there's like absorption rate, how reflective it is, and all the other stuff. But essentially, it's that. So if a surface is it's normal to the incident angle, then it will receive a crap ton of light. If it's reflective, then if the incident angle and the exit angle lines up with the viewer, or the exit angle lines up with the viewer, then it would be very bright, but not because the surface itself is bright, but because the reflective property of the surface shows you where the light source is. So, yeah, so a little bit of geometry, but hopefully that makes sense. Now, all it has to be is an estimate. You don't actually need to bring out your TI Nspire and do the math. Just like, as long as you can estimate it, it's okay. Is there a method to determine how much of the base color shows in the lighting? Well, if we're talking mathematically, yes. If we're talking like visual theory, kind of. So how much base color shows is a function of how first of all, what is the source light? So the source light, what kind of spectrum does it have? If it's a red color object, that means it will absorb everything but red. And if you have a light spectrum that has no red, then it will absorb everything, and the red would become desaturated and dark, right? So you won't show the natural color of the object. If it has a portion of red, or if the object itself is made up of many different colors, like printjet printers, where it's like little dots of different colors, let's say RGB or CYMK, I guess. So the red would be a combination of what? Y and M, right? Magenta and yellow, a combination of that. So if you have a pure yellow light, then the magenta won't show. So the redness would actually just show up as yellow. How much that shows up depends on how much light gets bounced off, like, and how does the light get absorbed. So if you have a glassy surface, then the entire light gets bounced off. Doesn't matter what the substrate color is. But if it's not shiny, then you have diffusion, right? So diffusion gives a couple bounces inside the substrate or inside the bulk material. So whatever comes out is whatever is not absorbed, like because it has several passes in the bulk material. What you get is actually like a highly filtered spectrum of light. So if it absorbs only a little bit of all the other spectrum except for yellow, well, after a couple bounces, it pretty much absorbed everything, right? So Lambert's cosine law. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Is Lambert's cosine law made for values, or is it made for something else? It's like if a surface is um anywhere between normal and tangent to the incident light, then it will receive anywhere from 0 to 1 of the light source, right? And then that the curve is like sine, right? Like a sine wave. I'm trying to say sinusoidal wave. Did you use airbrush? No, I use airbrush for the whole sketch, like pretty much the whole sketch in the beginning. I'm just rendering into it. Yeah, I should stream some mathematics. No, I am not great at mathematics. I understand the concepts, but I refuse to have the rigor needed to be good at it. But I think the concept is useful for um, a lot of things, including art. So if you combine, I guess, Lambert's law and then how well the light bounces depends on if the substrate has subsurface or it's like crystalline, like if there's like glossy layer, then it depends on the index of refraction, and then also the angle, the incident angle, and it tells you how much of the light and what spectrum is reflected and what the internal interference would be, and then you can predict what the bounce light for a nearby object is. But at that point, you might as well just open a render engine, right? Yeah, I think some render engines don't even consider that, because render engines, they do not run caustics for simulations because it's too costly. Like it's too much computation. So yeah, if it's too much for a render engine, we probably don't need to consider, but it's fun to think about. And what I care about in this case is like comparative value. So if something is operating based on some logic, and I can say it's either needs to be brighter or darker, as long as my relative value is positioned correctly, then the picture or the illustration will read correctly. So, for example, for example, where the heck is it? I know it's somewhere. Was it 25 or 24? Maybe it's in 24. Maybe it's in 20. Yeah, I think it's in 24. Mm-hmm. Where did it go? What the heck? It should be near here. It's gotta be near here. Huh. I finished the table later in the year. Did I? Mm, hmm. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. It was like a welding drawing, but can't find it. It's kind of. Mm, I was thinking about like, so you see the light is here, and then we have some like texture on the paper. I was trying because there's like some reflections, and the reflections based on the texture of the paper, if it's like angle just right, it will be reflective. If it's not just right, then it won't be reflective, right? That's the idea. So that's something to think about, and really only the relative values should be okay. So getting the relative brightness here versus here, like there's no reflectivity here because of, I think the angle is more reflective here. And then down here, there's now reflections from this part, from this area. So I think of these things relatively. It's not like I need to get the exact value, but I need to make sure that if it's reflective, then I have to think, where is it less reflective or more reflective? And that's enough to get a fairly realistic uh, representation of what it looks like. And yeah, this not much to it. Oh, get doxxed. Uh, if I were color and skin, what's the difference between painterly? What's the difference between painterly and blurry? Blurry is just blurry. Painterly is more like an effective painting methods. Uh, they could both be present sometimes. So if you were doing this in color, how would you go about picking the colors from the light on the hair versus the skin? Why I look at this and be like, oh, it's kind of blue. I pick blue. It's kind of purple. I pick purple. You know, that's what I start with. Uh, color skin or fruit. Would it be fine if I based my color on what's below or inside it? What? When something is in shadow, I see people say it gets saturated, but also grayer depends on. So both? What do you mean? Saturated. Saturated color is dependent on like atmospheric color or atmospheric light or secondary light or bounce light, whatever can reach the ambient occluded areas. But it could also be a effective stylization, right? Like not no one answer thing. You compare your choices if you want to. Maybe it helps with choosing. What? Compare your choices. I mean, like you choose something and you look at whether or not the choices are good, or like choose a couple different sets of colors. Both are viable. I think it looks a little bit too glowy. Yeah, needs to be less glowy. Try paint this method, but a different painting. You guys want to see a different painting or whatever's. Not bad. The result is not bad. I think I'm just not very invested in this image. Okay, let's try. Oh, nah, this is fine. Okay, let's open a new one. I don't know what this film is from or what film this is from. No, she does not call me plebeian. What the heck? Oh, get flashbanged. All right, cool. Let's get that started. Let's get the old method started. Study something that's not statue sometimes. Don't just study statues. So I will let me find a reference or something to do this method on because I think the method itself is interesting. And I'll do like a color version of it. Give me a second. By my full government name. Sometimes. Do you have tutorials on my Patreon, on your Patreon, my Patreon? As of now, no, just because I don't have time to make them, and I don't know if tutorials are useful because there's so many tutorials out there already. Even if I made one, it's like gonna be you will be able to find the information elsewhere. Okay, let's take a look. Some pictures. Hmm. Do I want to do soft light or do I want to do hard light? How difficult do I want to make my life? Moderately difficult. Let's make my life moderately difficult. Okay, so I am gonna put this here. So this is the one I'm gonna be drawing. And I will not have this image on the screen, but because should I have this image on the screen? I don't really like putting the reference on the same monitor. Oh, whoops. I could. But oh shoot, what the heck? Oh man, what the heck? Okay. Yeah, sure. I guess I can put it on here. It's a little bit too dark. What? Why is it? Please. Okay. All right. So how would I do this with the thing? The method. Does Photoshop not have something where you can put references off the canvas? Probably. I don't know. It's somewhere here, I'm sure. I don't I don't care for it. It's fine. We can just let's keep going like this. I don't remember if there is or not. But yeah, let's just keep it here so you guys can see, and then yeah, hopefully it goes well. So let me so I have this soft brush. Okay. Ooh, laggy. Nice. Maybe maybe smaller. Maybe no, spacing is great. I don't need color dynamic. Maybe this will be less laggy. Okay. Yeah, good lag. Good lag. Okay, this part is like okay, it's smaller brush, so less lag. Oh man, it's gonna crash. Okay. Jesus Christ. Maybe I should nah, I'm not lowering the resolution. Not a coward. I will save though. It's 20, 28, 27. I don't even know. 27. That is too big. This is not bright enough. It's like pure whites. Right now, I'm just paying attention to the value structures. Just don't zoom in. What am I gonna zoom into? It's all blurry. Okay, this eye is too far. There's like, okay, brighter here. So I think the value's pretty on point. I don't have enough of the red, I think. Whoops. Probably like maybe like purple-ish. More towards purple. And then this shouldn't be that much. It should be like blue. Less purple. You see the eyebrow. I'm not really going for likeness. I just want to see if I can get the form. Oops. Okay. I'm so tempted to render the nose. So I'm pretty sure I'll get the location right, but I will avoid rendering for as long as I can. Oop, don't do that. Extend the chin a little bit. Ooh, it's like reddish. Cool. This part is like the reflection on the hair. Let's get that first. Part is not bright enough. I should have picked like a more colorful photo. This one's pretty desaturated. Yeah, I don't know if anybody draws exactly like this, actually. Seen similar methods, but I think it's fairly unique. And honestly, this method gives me the most consistency for overall lighting, but it has some drawbacks. It makes sense, but logically, but I don't know if it's great as a workflow in general. So I don't teach it. It's actually like pretty time consuming. Like early stage, yeah, it's fun, but then it gets pretty time consuming. And that's coming from me, which like I've done this method many, many times, and it's still time consuming. But the fun part is like it's more of a conscious choice, right? So I can probably speed up the process quite a bit just because of my recent years of improvement with certain methods. I'll try to I'll try to apply those. Try it out. I don't think you'll find that it's more control. It's hard to find out where to even paint. That's the thing. If you have a good idea of like where the large shapes needs to be and like which shapes are important and which aren't not as important, then yes, you could get more control out of this. But I find that generally draftsmanship is a big issue. I run into some draftsmanship issues here as well, so it's not I'm not immune to it. But the good thing about this is if I were to liquidify, it's very easy to liquefy this because there is no definition. That means I don't lose any definition. Ooh. Is color theory real? Yeah, yeah, it's real. Whoops. Yeah, maybe someone somewhere teaches this, or like maybe this is a common method in some areas or some schools, but I ain't seen it. I don't even know how I came up with this. Yes, sometimes I use the hue slider. Sometimes I just, do opacity and then pick the intermediate color. But oh, whatever gets you to the right color, dude. Is it normal to rely on muscle memory autopilot when painting? When does it become a bad habit? It's usually kind of a bad habit. Well, if you need to add complementary colors, how would you know which way around the hue slider you should go? Well, I mean, just go to the opposite side, right? So if I'm here, I need blue, like opposite, I just go there, and then that's the complementary. So it'd be the shadow in this case. Yeah, color looks okay. This part looks a little low and a little dark. Photoshop, because Clip Studio with big brushes will lag a lot. Overcoming autopilot, always be thinking, always be asking questions. I'm just asking a lot of questions all the time. Like, is this right? Am I right? Am I being dumb right now? Am I even awake? Why does it suck? Why is this part good? And how can I replicate it? All kinds of questions. All kinds of questions. Ooh. How long does it take me to make a piece? Let's say 4 hours. Let's give it 4 hours. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower. I'm trying to slow down a bit more these days. I want to push. Yeah, that's a conversation for me with myself. But yeah, 4 for now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's okay. But then there's this like red. here. You know, when I'm talking on mic, you guys think I'm talking to you, but really I'm talking to myself. There's like green here. What the heck? Maybe blue? I still listen to music when I draw. Is Colosso the main source of your mentorship? No. I don't get mentorships from Colosso. I get mentorships from me saying I am doing mentorships. Some mentorships came from this place called Underpaint. So I taught at Underpaint for one session, and I think some people were interested. I think one or two were interested in doing mentorships, and then yeah, they signed up for more pain, I guess. Actually, there's a few Korean artists, painters that kind of have this method. And I say kind of because they still use like a texture brush, which I think is a better process. But better processes and it's a little bit more balanced. You still get some hard shapes, and it's really the basis of how I normally paint, very close to how I normally paint anyway. But this is just more extreme version of it. And is Colossal the main source of in your mentorship? I mean, to be mentored by you. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. I don't I don't go through Colosso to get mentorships. I just say I'm doing mentorships and some people sign up. Ooh, the chin needs to be longer. Oh, okay. Let's fix that real quick. Ooh. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm tempted to solidify some of these shapes, but I should not. I want to take all the advantage of this method. Like, let's push until we hit skill ceiling or skill cap, until I can't, until I can't see anymore. How would I sign up? I am. Oh no. So I am not taking mentorships right now. I take it in sessions. Right now, one of them is in session, so you will have to wait till whenever I open the next one, and yeah, I'll announce them in YouTube and the what do we call it, Instagram and Twitter and Discord. So stay tuned. Yeah, but sometimes I take some break in between because I want to work on my own stuff, like work on improving myself as well. So it's not like immediately one after the other, you know? It's not first comes, first serve either. It's like there's gonna be like a questionnaire. It's not based on skill either. It's just like, am I fit to teach you depending on what you want to learn? This is like, you might want to learn things I cannot teach or I'm not great at teaching. So, many factors. What's my in real life job? Art, and I teach art. Why is your drawing blurry? Because I'm testing out a method of drawing, not testing, but just going back to a method of drawing that I used to do. So it will eventually not be blurry. Just there are some advantages to keeping it blurry for now. So yes, I do, and I teach art. That is my job. So the reason why it's nice to have it blurry is because any uncanniness in the person I can fix right now with almost zero cost. Because nothing is rendered. So that's a pretty big advantage. Yeah, it's just an airbrush, dude. Yeah, no trickeries here. It's the round, soft airbrush. Ooh, there's like some purple in here. Let's draw some purple in there. So it's purple here, and then blue here. That's cool. That's really cool. Okay. It's like some stuff here. It's blue. And then this is blue. Cool. Gives some color. Let's add some more color. Let's add that red. Maybe I exaggerate some red. Hold on. Let me build this first. Hold up. Let's add some red here. And then let's go more towards purple. There's just airbrush. No, it's not a PS function. It's literally blurry. So, any art YouTubers that helped you in your early days? Well, my early days there were no art YouTubers, so no. I am the early day. I predate Rostros. I predate Sam Does Art. And Proco. I am just a slow learner. Yeah. Unk, no. Unk is for young people. I predate Unk as well. It's you guys have to figure out a new one. Born before Google. Born before smartphones. I used phones before smartphones. Yahoo was the search engine, and they mail it to you on a CD. How did you survive the meteor? Who caused the meteorites? Why do you think they were there in the beginning? Because I had beef with the dinosaurs. So I turned them all into nuggets. Ooh, that looks very cool. Wait a second. Someone gets it, yeah. How do I survive the ice ages? That was after the dinosaurs. What do you mean? Ice ages. I left the fridge open a little too long. Yeah. My bad. I really, really enjoy this method of drawing. I should really do it more. I didn't do it for a long time because I got stuck doing this method. I thought it was like, oh, maybe it's a limit of the method. No, it's just skill issues. But yeah, I really like this. I will do it more. Screw convention art, right? Like, if I die, I die. This is not great for convention art making. Do you personally know Gilgamesh? Yeah, we go way back. Me and buddy Gil. What the heck? Why won't this sell at convention? First of all, it's just a reference. This is a stock image, so there's actually no problem selling this. But why? I mean, at that point, it's like, okay, selling anime conventions. This is not anime, right? If I turn it into something anime, then yeah, sure. We could make the argument that you can sell it, or it will sell. I could sell this, yes, but how are you just? I mean, you're looking at it. I don't know how to explain it to you, dude. But it's an uncommon method, and it's a method that requires quite a bit of practice. It's a practice in like observational skill. It's very. It's a combination of many different types of fundamentals. Why I don't teach it, because it's difficult to teach. I'm not gatekeeping or anything. That's why I'm doing this on stream, but I don't teach it because people will be frustrated. And choosing color here is also difficult. Let's get some of that stuff here. It should be at 50%. Okay. No, should be at 40%. I don't want to draw the other arm or hand. I mean, just I don't think it looks nice there. I want to keep it pure white. Nice, nice. Nice. Okay. This brush, this technique is harder with a software. Yeah, probably. A little bit. Do you use computer drawing tablet, drawing tablet, like a screen tablet? How should one go about learning painting styles? I don't know where to begin. I mostly draw anime style art right now. You can draw painting anime style. Anime style and painting are not mutually exclusive. Painting is just usually when we say painting styles, usually it's a combination of using brushes and doing simplifications so that you can do more in less brush strokes, and then you get this painterly feel, for the lack of better descriptions. But again, difficult to answer because it depends on what you mean by painting skills, because painting can also result in photorealistic paintings, right? Like, so the technique there is different. It's more of a how well can you color match and how much patience you have and what's your drafting skill level. I think the face looks a little bit dead, but that's because the red here is not enough. So let's pick this and then let's just push the red a little bit. Nice, nice, nice. Remember the red on the nose? Let's push that a lot a bit. So we can get both the saturation in the shadow and the saturation in the terminators. So subsurface. This looks a little bit pale, like it's like cold color. But if we just supplement it with the shadow right next to it being much warmer, I think we're okay. Okay, that's a little better. Same thing down here. The light progresses more to the right, and I'm missing that part, so the form is off. The chin is protruding, but the reference protrudes too much, so I will hold back on it a little bit. There's a shadow under, and it's like a little cold under the lip. I will add that in. Nice. Okay, cool. This is airbrush, yes. Because I'm using airbrush. It's just the process I'm trying to do right now. Trying to do because like haven't done it in a while, and I think I can do it better than the last time I did it. But I will clarify this painting later when I feel like I've pushed the limit of the airbrush. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. There's a bounce light on the right side that is a little bit blue, a little bit purple, so I'll pick this and highly saturated. But I think what I need to do is I need to soften this and then cut it back in with the black. That looks more natural. Yeah, there you go. I'm talking about. What does SMTG mean again? I am not up to date. How are you painting the in JVN? Oh, JVN. I remember the name, but I don't remember something. JVN is interesting. Not photorealism. So the way we paint, we isn't like I'm trying to find a category to self-insert, but we paint like the way we do because our understanding of light comes from realism. So understanding realism and where to break the rules is how we arrive at this category of style. But that also means you have to understand realism to a degree, to a fairly high degree. So it's not like we don't paint realism. It's we choose to deviate. Well, it's not like we don't know how to paint realism. It's more like we choose to deviate from it at times. Most of the time. Sometimes I go for realism, but usually no. So whatever people think I do, whenever people think I do realism, it's usually not realism. It's just semi-realism. It's close. Oops. But most of my drawings are not considered realism. So, for example, I'd say this is close. I would say I could classify as realism. Has enough elements and not a lot of deviation from it. Tonko House. I don't know what Tonko House is. Where are you from? The Earth. JMV draws a lot of anime semi-realism. That's why I like to call it. Yeah, a lot of the anime paintings you see today are semi-realistic. Semi is in a lot of the lighting and whatever is shared with realism. Like a lot of the logic is borrowed from realism. Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure everything is nice just the way I want it before I push for harder edges. Please. There's like some the finger that's under the hair. I want to show that too, because I can show transparency without rendering. Okay, this knuckle is too high and the form of the knuckle is not good. So something that's like advantageous to fix in this method because the tuning is very fine. So nice. Okay. Can we do this edge right here? Okay, I think that's acceptable. I don't want to go more detail than that because then we start committing to the shapes too hard. I don't want to commit to any shapes yet. Okay, so that's the wrist. I need to make sure the size of the wrist is okay. Whoa, come on. Do you do art reviews, like identify flaws in a drawing and what to do to improve? I haven't done that in a long time, but maybe I'll go back to doing that in the future. I'm not sure. Can you paint a Succubaspis? What? I don't know what that is. What genre of music? I listen to a lot of different music, like screamo, hard rock, metal, EDM, Dario core, electronics, drum and bass. It's like instrumental, classical, hard rock, soft rock, J rock, anime music, anime instrumental music, artcore. Yeah. All kinds of music. Weiss and J art. Oh, yes. I like his stuff. I know his stuff. A fish. Okay. When you paint shadows, do you identify whether it's like a blurred shadow or solid colored type of thing? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, come on. What anime character could this be? Or what gacha character could this be? I don't know. Because I can draw it into a fan art at this stage. But I don't know who to make it, and I don't know who I even want to draw into. Oops. I feel like the progress is slowing down. That means I'm hitting a cap on what I can do at this stage, or I'm just coping. That's how losers think. It must be more. Too wide, too wide. Is it? Ooh, I forgot to. How do I control form with large soft brush carefully? I guess carefully is how. Oh man, oh man. This is like very minor adjustments. Okay, cool. I think we're good. This part is kind of bothering me. Wait. That's better. Oh. It's fine. How do you insert reference in CSP? Ah, I forgot. Somewhere there. Google will tell you faster than I would. When you start painting one, do you plan in your head the whole image first so you can choose the color? Because the color picks at the start is so amazing. I don't. I plan some parts of it, but not like a very clear image. Like obviously there's a reference, so there's a clear image, but I'm changing some stuff about the reference. So those things that I want to change, like for example, the kind of a drier color, like a right now in the skin, I want it to be a drier color because I want the hair to be colorful. It's kind of a spoiler, but I want the hair to be colorful, so I want the skin to be more flat. So that's why I have these purples here. And I'm going to exaggerate some of these colors I see because I see some greens in there. It's like this type of green up here. I don't know if it's like the pixel noise or like just a comparative color, but it feels green. And then I have this red over here that I'm going to saturate the heck out of. But I gotta keep the balance a bit, not blow the hue out of this to balance. And then outside I have this blue, which I already started with blue. It's like red, purplish, like right there. And then this has skin showing through, so we'll go towards red and then saturate it a little bit. And then that would give us like the transparency of the skin. Very cool, nice. And if we lay the gray back, we'll get the little structures, like little bands of hair that's like going over the skin. So now we have transparency without rendering and without doing layers. It's just one layer, which I think is much more fun than trying to layer it and stuff. And all these things are very subtle. That's why the method is difficult, because it requires like understanding of how colors work, how light works, and perception, other stuff. I think I should push the hair in a little, but I don't know if I want to change the hairstyle. There's like this red line here. So I'm trying to set all the colors before I even go into rendering, because then I know what the painting will look like already. There's that blue again. Let me just grab this. Oops, oops. Come on. Come on. My God, don't play these games. Oh, there's like the tendon on the neck that connects to the clavicles. I'm taking my time quite a bit, but I could probably have sped this up without much detriment. But nah, I'm gonna say 3-4 hours. I don't know. I don't do this method that often anymore, but typically my paintings don't take too long. Say 4 hours is a safe estimate. I'll take my time with this one. There's really no reasons to rush. I do not play gacha games, but I do play rhythm games. Eterna. I used to play Adelphi, but that got too sweaty too quickly, so no more. Okay, I think I should be able to switch to a textured brush soon. Curious, have any animation recruiters reach out to for what? VizDev? No. I mean small ones, like small private teams, like indie teams, yes, but I'm not really interested based on the stuff they pitch to me. But I like painting. This is better to set a time. Depends what you're having trouble with. So for some students, I set time. For some, I say don't care about time. It's more about the effort than the time. So this is almost universally true. Some people would like, it's almost like a bragging right to say, oh, I spend this amount of hours, this amount of time training or studying or on this picture, on this drawing. Like, well, okay, but that's great. is the result good? Obviously, the result is not the only thing that matters, but how many, how much of the portion of the time you spent is actually spent conscious? Like you're like brains activated, or are you just like autopilot through the whole thing? So that's why time is not a good measurement, because like if you're just gonna autopilot through 60 hours of rendering, then that's not going to help you improve. It might not even help you get a good image, depending on how what you're autopiloting. So right now I'm considering every brushstroke, right? Because there's not that many brushstrokes on this painting, and every like if I just look, if I just like don't think I do this, like yeah, it ruins the whole painting. So every brushstroke in this case counts, because there's no guidelines, there's no wasted space or shapes. So if I'm doing this, it's because I need this part to be brighter. And the way I choose the brush size matters as well, because I'm like, okay, do I want this to be like, how blurry do I want it to be? How big is the area I need to fill? So um, do I push it up into the shoulder because the shoulder needs to be brighter? So every kind of brush stroke, I'm need to make conscious decisions. And that's kind of why I have higher brush stroke efficiency than most people I come across. And that results in slightly faster drawings. Of course, you can still replace some of that with just hard work, like just throw in time at it. But I enjoy thinking about art. I enjoy like thinking about what to put to make it look nicer. So I feel like I'm getting the most out of it if I'm like conscious for the most part. If I'm not, then that means I don't like the process, and that's not going to keep me drawing for a really long time. And I can do this for 10 hours, 20 hours at a time if I didn't have to pay bills. How many hours do I usually spend drawing daily? I don't know. Some days I don't draw because work, and then some days, most days is like, do you count mentorship as drawing? If I'm drawing during mentorship, does that count? Let's start with that question. So rather, it's better to focus on the intentional with the process instead. Generally, yeah. Generally, I think that's probably true. I don't know if it's universally true. Because if you're working on like production stuff and you just need to render the hair, like you don't need to think after the lighting is set up. So uh mentally you kind of have to protect yourself by zoning out for the next 20 hours if you're like doing live 2D models or whatever. Yeah, so always exceptions. Should I go into the textured brush? Adelphi brings me pain. Yeah, same. One time I wouldn't eat dinner because I couldn't pass a song, and I was on 800 tries, and it's like 12 hours straight on the song. Which is not that much for as far as the Adelphi goes, but if you think of it in any other context, like 12 hours on a single song, you're dying every 2 seconds. Yeah, that's a lot. A lot of pain condensed. You think it should count? Okay, so I would average maybe drawing wise. Say I draw like 4 paintings a week. Safe estimate, 4 paintings a week. I would spend, let's say, between sketches and paintings, maybe like 6 hours. So that's about 24 hours. And then I mentored 8 classes, 9 classes, and I have 4 classes in real life. So that's what, 12 classes? Let's say 12 classes. Each class is 2 hours, and I talk for maybe half of that. I draw for another, like a third of that. So that's 20, 20, 24. The third is 8 hours. I draw for 24. So 32. Minimum 32. Yeah. Say 30 hours. Minimum. A week. So 4 hours a day. It's not that many. Do you do collabs? Rarely. Mileage should count, right? Yeah, the mileage count for something. You just stream traditional art sometimes while I gotta set up cameras and whatever. It's kind of a pain. I do think I want to eventually, but that means I have to set it up at my either my workshop or where I paint, like the studio area. Very bougie, but really it's just the side of my living room. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can paint without ruining it. That would be great. Let's do half. So 50%. Oh man, this is gonna be okay, let's do 30%. We still need to start with soft shapes. And I can mostly pick colors on whatever's on the canvas, but I think I'll have higher saturation colors for smaller areas. So we'll see. Let's keep it zoomed out because zooming in is cringe. This is why I have a 4K monitor, so I don't ever have to zoom in. Okay. Okay, so this part is where I need to pick a color because average color is just that. It's average color, but specifically where the edge is built, it could be, it's most likely a slightly different color. Okay, let's not get too crazy here. Wait, so it's the philtrum. Okay, I think that's good. I think that's good. I think 20% is controllable. Right, 34% opacity, I guess. It's controllable. Wait a second. What's my minimum? That's my minimum. Okay, minimum is 0, so that's okay. Do you bond with your students? Like, what do you mean bond? Like, bully them for eating paint? Yeah, all the time. Do you? Yeah, so you should stream traditional. What is your current PC spec, and what is the sweet spot for 2D painting in your opinion? Well, right now I'm running 32 gigabytes of RAM, and I'm running Ryzen something 5600X, I think. It's like 16 cores or whatever. And I do that because I also do some video editing because, you know, Instagram. Where was I drawing again? Let's do some defining on the features I'm pretty sure about. Oh no. Come on. Come on. Sometimes I just tell myself whenever I put a stroke down, like, don't suck. Don't suck. Just don't suck. Okay, so I don't want to keep it too blurry, so I have to define some shapes. Now I have to find what shapes are important. So like, for example, the edge right here, maybe a little bit. This is like a little bit too much texture, I feel. So I abandoned PS for one exception, if I have to use very big brushes, because Clip Studio Paint is just a pain to use big brushes on. It will lag above 600 or 550 pixels, and that's not acceptable for some methods of painting. I have emailed Clip Studio about this because I know it's a software limitation, but they don't want to fix it. It's like it's a feature for them because it prevents the software from crashing. I assume that's why they even have it in the first place. I'm just like, give me an option to turn that off, man. I'd rather crash. Than have laggy brushes. What the heck? Why can't I draw? What? Can I? Oh my god. Have you ever used Procreate? Yes. Draw really low opacity. It's not a bad thing. It's just not very efficient. How did you build your intuitive sense for colors? Black and white first. And yeah, there's also the mileage thing, right? But black and white first. You build a sense of like sensitivity. A sense of sensitivity. Yeah, just build sensitivity for contrast. Wait. I am forgetting the best tool of them all. The lasso tool. I have to be careful for the lasso tool because it's super sharp. But I think I can manage. Okay, clearly I have no self-control. I cannot manage. Okay, let's try that again. Oh. Okay, let's be more careful, I guess. I don't want to saturate the entire space that I lassoed. Okay, maybe that's a little better. How you draw edges cleaning, let's say, with a texture brush. Well, I just showed you lassos. That's one way to do it. The other way is just understanding where the brush is clean and where it is not, and then be careful. It's like saying, how do you not cut yourself with a knife? Just don't aim the sharp parts at what you don't want to cut. Oh my god, please. So sensitive to the wrong brushstroke. Okay, maybe I need to use this one to get a little bit of... what the heck? Why can't I? Oh. Let's get a little bit of... definition. Oh. So difficult. What the heck? Screen size 24-inch. Tips on how to draw proportions well with a reference painting as you're doing right now. Charles Bark. Boy, we're gonna be here for a while. What the heck? Please. CSP is preferable for most situations. To me. Photoshop have better filters and stuff, and the brush engine in some ways are better. Being a little bit too soft in the shapes. Whoa. Okay. This gets more and more difficult. See, I'm losing some stuff here. Losing a lot of stuff here. Like there's something here that I'm just not getting. So I'm getting that line art issue. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart that whole thing. Because I don't like where this is going. Let me actually maybe duplicate this. And then what I'm going to do is I'll erase some parts that are just ruining the image. I feel like some of these things are ruining the image. So what I need to do maybe, yeah, I ran into the same issue before, but what I might need to do is use a round brush for longer. or a soft brush for longer. Let me see if I can use this one actually, because this maintains a pretty soft profile. I stopped doing this method because it was too hard. No, I'm not trying to get for the accuracy right now. Just painting for feel. I know it's off. Like a lot of things are off, but it's not something that bothers me. Other things that bothers me. I mentioned earlier, it's like I want to keep the face pale. Maybe I still need to focus on big shapes. I don't know. Huh. Not great. balancing graphical elements and painting everything. Uh, Interesting you mentioned that. I was about to write something about that, but I don't have a complete thought yet, so I won't give the thought. I feel like it's a topic I haven't rationalized with myself yet. How to avoid muddy colors. It's usually not a problem of muddy colors. It's usually a problem of muddy shapes. I say that while I paint the muddiest shapes you've ever seen, but yeah, it's usually a shape problem, not a color problem. Having a tough time with values, any exercise you recommend? Distillation studies. Finish this type of drawings. Oh boy, can I be stuck for a while? Still loses something. What the heck? I think I'm zooming in too much. Why though? Like, there's something here that's not here. You know what I mean? Okay, I have another method. Just use like the biggest brush ever. Yeah, that looks terrible. That's okay. So something hecked up on that last layer. So what if I use this brush, but I don't zoom in. I don't even make it too small. Like I just, oh my god, that's huge. Um, Crank up the side. Nah, that's not gonna fix it. I think I just need to stay in this like big range. No tricks, just look at the big shapes. Come on. Yes, it's pretty much the same thing actually. Because like okay, the blurry part is like there's something in the blurriness. It's a combination of different things that I'm like my brain's filling in the details, but I'm not extracting enough of the details. I'm simplifying too fast. Or rather I'm committing too fast to certain shapes. So what I might need to do is I slow down the progression. So right now render is not the problem. Like I don't there's no rendering problem. It's more like a prioritization problem. And it's a tricky one. Maybe it's hopefully it's not beyond my skill level. Oh, don't zoom in. Don't zoom in. I should really do what I preach. Like I tell my student this all the time, and then I do it. Wait. Come on. Come on. It's not that hard. Okay, I think this pass is better. I just need to be very careful not zooming in. Cool. Okay, let's get. Can I hit this in one go? Yeah. See, the problem with this method is like I don't know where I need to be careful because I'm so not used to it. So here, I think I can be less careful. I don't know. I gotta just try a bunch of different things. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm trying to teach myself. Because I never painted this method this well before, because the last time I tried this was a long time ago, years ago. And obviously I can push it further now. Like I have a tighter tolerance to what looks okay and what doesn't. So I have to like reteach myself. Okay, this pass is going better, I think. Oops. I just had to slow the heck down on the progression. I like this better now. I started with airbrush. I would not paint over images unless it's an image that's completely unrelated to what I'm painting. Okay, nice. Whoa. Get the shadow in. Let's get that oversaturated shadow in. I think that would be cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, snap. That's not cool. Okay, don't zoom in. I'm so tempted to zoom in, but there's really no reason for me to zoom in right now. Am I against photo bashing? Kind of. Not like a moral problem. It's more like a why take the fun out of the painting part for myself? Like if other people need to do it because, you know, production, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. It's kind of a crutch, right? But it's like it depends on how you do it. I'm not gonna be a Justice Warrior, be like, oh, you can't do that because it's not real art or whatever. It's it's fine. I just don't do it because I want to paint it myself. I think painting is fun. So okay, this is definitely, yeah, it retains a lot more of it. Still lost something, but I think that's just purely skill issue, dude. Like I'm just, my eyes is just not that good at the moment. I need to practice more. Oh, that's oh, come on, please. Why do I not like zooming in? Because then you start looking at the smaller picture, and we want to look at the big picture. At least for now. You know, when I'm rendering, I will zoom in. But right now, that's not what I'm worried about. There's color dynamics in this brush. I just noticed. That's fine, I guess. Vodianitsa? I don't know what that means. How to get good with lasso tools? Use lasso tools more. What is your cue or mindset for good enough? Not focusing too much on one part and stuck. Like I guess you can isolate individual element, like seeing if oh, what the heck happened here? Hold on. Can I erase this? Okay, this is fine. Yeah, if I think it looks nice, then maybe it's good enough. I don't, it's not, it's not that complicated. I don't like write a rubric sheet, rubric sheet, and like necessarily graded each piece. I do self-critique sometimes, and that helps. Kind of. Why is this brush so okay? Like I said, I do self-critiques, and I post them on my server because I feel like it might help some people, but I don't do them very often. But if you're asking like how do I know per drawing like when it's good enough, well, that's when you're satisfied with it, then it's good enough. Again, it's not that complicated. There's no like complex philosophy that I use. Okay, there's like some blue here. Let's get that blue in. Huh, is it fine if I use this other brush? Because this brush is like too much, it's just doing way too much. Oh my god, please. Alright, don't piss me off. Come on. Just don't suck. Don't suck. Nope. Right. Big brush. Big pictures. Oh my god, what is this, dude? Sometimes I look at my brush strokes, like I'm redoing this part like a billion times. Like, do I even know how to paint? I should have been done like 2 minutes ago. Lack of captions. What do you mean? Please. Okay, okay, okay. Got this. I got this. Easy. Just gotta gaslight yourself into thinking you know how to paint. It's like I just look at this, like the form on the hand, I just go. Everybody does this. Everybody knows this. I know this. It's very bad advice. Don't take it. Do as I say, not as I do. Please. Just get it right. Please. What? Why it's like this? Okay. Man, okay. Go back to the OG brush. It's easier to control. What the heck? Come on. You say when your parents ask about your art, what do you mean? Like, don't ask me? Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I maintained the look. mostly. Let's do bigger brush. Hi. Yeah, a bit of a different process. Okay, I think cannot remain soft forever. Need to define the details a bit. It's like a little too blurry. Ooh, I know why I need to use bigger brushes now. It's an epiphany. It's a simple one. But all edges are surfaces, and all surfaces are fairly big. So if I need to define an edge, I need to use a bigger brush because it prevents me from using lines. That much should have been obvious years ago. So that's why big brushes work. That thought is going to feed me for years. Wait, that means I can instantly paint better right now, right? I think. I think that should be like a instant buff. I'm pretty sure it is. Hold on. There's must be. It's me. It's more like an abandoned project. I was thinking I want to do comics, but I don't. So okay, that should. Okay, that thought alone, it should be pretty good because I feel like that's a very universal statement for painting. In fact, it's so good. I feel like I should gatekeep that, but I don't like gatekeeping. So let me see if it works. I think it does. I think it does. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it works. Like it's very consistent results. I wonder if that's said anywhere. I feel like I haven't seen it anywhere. Feels too important for it to not have been said. Well, I guess it really only applies for does apply for oil as well. So I feel like digital you have more choices on brush sizes. So it's not like traditional where it's like you want a rigger brush, you have to buy, all the sizes you want. So but digital, there's no cost to it. So that means there's less inhibitions to use any brush size that seems to be useful. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation. Is it called a donation? Super chat? I don't really know the terminology. Oh my god, I'm a professional VTuber now. Nice. Okay. Oh, what's going on here? Still too soft. See what the progress looks like. Yeah, still too soft, but right direction at least. Slow progress. Or process. Oops. Thoughts on Otto. I like some of her songs quite a bit. Some of the songs are a bit too intense for me to listen on a normal basis, regular basis. Too much screaming. I like the style though. Ado, I mean. What? You couldn't speak before? Why? Oh, the time limit thing. Wait, who? What? I am glad you like the painting. I am generally liking the painting, but it's like teetering on it being really bad if I make one wrong brushstroke. It's unforgiving. Ooh, nice. Recommendations doing its work. Wait a second. It's so Renaissance. I mean, it does share some technique with the way old paintings are painted. Maybe it's safe to zoom in. I don't know. Let's just be safe and open another layer. Yeah, let's do another layer to get the changes in here. So now I understand a bit more about how surfaces work. I think I am safe to use a slightly smaller brush. Hmm. Okay, maybe it's just not safe after all. Jesus. Okay, please. I need y'all to give me your skills and experiences. All of you guys. Like one for all style. Or all for one, my bad. I need it right now. Okay, let's get flush tone. I bet if I do the shiny part right now, I would be fine. Yeah, that helps. Okay. No, any skill is gonna help. It's like cumulative, you know, all the pictures that you've seen in your life. It's gonna try to drain from the memories. Together will help me improve. Oh, wait a second. Let's oversaturate the heck out of this part. Like very small, darker parts. I feel like that's like a underpainting, you know. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. I like that. Okay, nice. Nice. Who am I? I am Pluvium. I like to draw. I am using the Pluvium Guidance brush. So the brush I'm using right now is, for those of you who are new to this channel, is actually just, let me put it on differently. So that, right? And then you just drag it. It becomes a lot of them. You just do this and then you can now draw. So just some text. Yes, yes, give me all of your art powers for now, and I will use it wisely. I'll try to use it wisely. Sometimes I do stupid shit, but hopefully. Are you a art student at university or independently trained? I am independently trained. Independently trained. What does that mean? I am self-taught. I wasn't trained. Oh my god, I don't like this part. It's like a little bit too. Okay, let me save this. And then I think we could just merge that. Let's do a soft light. I just want to push some colors into this. What the heck is... So this is like a traditional method where it's like glaze on black and white drawing. Okay, so I think we're staying well within that more like traditional type media because you can do this in oil. So I don't think it's considered too much software assist. So I will use something like red oxide or dioxazine, uh, and maybe like linseed oil or safflower to get more transparency, and then just glaze over it. Okay, this part looks a bit boring. Do you mostly do photo studies? Half and half. It's not really photo studies I'm after. Sometimes I study like specific thing that just happens to be best in photo. So it would be like study for lighting or form or whatever. Sometimes I study other artists, art styles. Okay, this part, I think, what if let me try to push the contrast a little bit in the light. Let's make another layer for safety. Yeah, I think that's okay. Maybe. Let's make the eyebrow thicker. Actually, I can make it thicker and then thin it out with the skin color. I don't really care about rendering each strand of hair, but right here, I think the strands are kind of important. So I'll render that and then I can push the contrast here a little. Please. So this part still looks kind of dead. I don't know why. Let me see if I can. To figure it out. Give me a second. Have you done Greg Rakowski's art style? I actually haven't. Which, now that you mentioned it, I don't know why I haven't done Greg Rakowski's. Okay, I think it's missing a little bit of sauce in the eyes because I am missing the impression of the detail. So I am going to let's use the undefeatable brush. Huh? Oh. Going back to the original one. Maybe I do need to render some hair. Wait. Wait. Is that sounds kind of like Cope? That sounds kind of like Cope. Okay, so let's try a different message. it just says undefeatable in the brush in Chinese. So it's upside down right now, but it's that. I am Chinese, yes. I made that brush as kind of half of a meme, but it's been somewhat useful, so. If it works, it's not stupid, right? Different words have different textures and spacing, so try to pick words that and fonts that have spacings that I like sometimes. This is a very slow process. Hopefully it's not boring for you guys, but it's a learning process for me. Take as long as I need. Primary goal of this one is to see if I can go from blurry to not blurry process wise and gain something from it. Like if there's like, oh, I know there's advantages to this, but can I, like, is it profitable advantage wise? Or is there too many downsides? Because there's a lot of downsides to this. Primarily it's difficult to do, to use. So I'm having a lot of trouble with this. Huh? What the heck? Oh, wait, what? Oh. I feel like this is more of a, it's very close to a traditional method where you build layers and do a grisaille and great glaze. Not like this, maybe the speed of the process and the what I need to be careful on is similar, but obviously it's not black and white to color. Okay, let's add some interesting parts. Let's try to spike the color a little bit. Good luck. I'm in the reverse like situation where I'm jumping a bit more heavily into traditional art after, oh no, after staying in digital for a long time. Uh, so how many times do you end up not satisfied with the painting? I would say I'm satisfied with maybe 25% of my painting. Um, that's a very safe estimate, like a very optimistic estimate. 25% is, yeah. And I would say 25% is really high already. I've actually had this discussion with someone not like a year or so ago. On for the last time. It's not my birthday. Oh shit. Okay. Well, no, zooming in is a terrible idea. Okay. Do you have a lot of traditional experience? No, mostly digital. But I do paint traditional now. And honestly, the transition's fairly smooth. Like just because the way I paint has historically been pretty congruent to how traditional methods are done. But that's not true for every type of digital artist. Why do I not upload as much as to Red Note? Because I forget sometimes. Like uploading to social media in general, it's not like it's a habit, but not a priority. Hmm. This version is better than this version. It's too oily, I think. Oops. I think. hmm, Doing value studies, wait, hold on. When doing value studies, black and white first and rendering, are you using a photo reference and you're using a how could I treat the photos graph besides it being the reference photo? I mean, you can just take the lighting, for example. I can change this into something else. I can change the pose. I can change the facial features. I can just take the mood from the photo and not take anything else. So really depends on how you want to use the reference, right? So let's say I want to change it to Ganyu. So how do I turn this hair blue? Just color it blue, right? I wish it was that simple. I wish it was that simple. Have this overexposed areas. So this would be taking the lighting and some of the anatomy and features. Maybe I don't want to take as much of the proportions. I'm going to squeeze the range here. Let's push the lips up more. Make the eyes bigger because anime style, right? And then let's make it purple first. Cut this and then change the hairstyle. I think it's more blue. Okay, let's get the eyebrow color. It's gonna be hard to change it into Ganyu though. Let's get stylized neck a little bit. Get more light in here because I want the hairstyle to show more clearly. Get the form correct. So approximately it's like a sphere. So I know all the color is going to show up in the mid-range. Let's make the hair bigger. Horn, just place it first. Yeah, so I could draw a little faster, but like it's not being careful enough to benefit the style, but or the workflow, I mean. The style is another issue. Okay, so the face is a little bit tall. Let me merge this, but make a separate copy of it. Luckily, or unluckily, I don't like the painting enough to feel bad about this, so it's like there's too many things I wish I did differently already, so at this point I don't mind just changing it. Okay, so let's get this part in. Shadow, and then here we'll have a section that hits the light. This area, probably. Let's get this part down a little bit. There you go. Ooh, tooth like sharp. So man, really sharp. I think this part is the problem. hair needs to be bigger. Use pressure sensitivity to change opacity manually or not change at all and only change the value in color as beginner. I don't know what you mean by beginner, but I think pressure sensitivity is good in general. I mean, there are times where you want to practice with a hard round brush, right? But I would say get used to pressure sensitivity. Like if you're a beginner, get used to the pressure sensitivity first before you play with anything else. So you don't have to go on this like hardcore training mode. Let's get that nose. Let's go a little bit wider nose. I don't want the nose to be too sharp. Okay, that's good. Lower the opacity of the lips. So I want it to look more transparent. Oh man, okay. It's always difficult. It's always difficult. Maybe I should cut the light a bit. I like doing this. Just like his chin's so sharp. The blue doesn't look right. because there's red. I think I will finish this tomorrow. So I don't know what to do. Kind of stuck. Hmm. Probably good to wait till tomorrow. When would I stream again? I am not sure. It's kind of random. Like I stream when I have time. There's no schedule or anything. Sometimes I don't have time. I try to stream more often. It's so much skill issue. I'm unable to draw Ganyu the way I want. Like, I see it in my head to some degree. I just can't get it. But why? Hmm. No, it's not like a frustrating question. It's more like confusion. Okay, let's set the color a little bit. Oh no. Okay, don't set the color then. Oh no. Okay, there's too much deviation in the hues. Cheat a tiny bit. Nope. I hate the green curve. Such an esoteric, is that the right word, like use of the word? Niche thing to say. I hate the green curve. This being next to it is throwing me off so much. I think I'm just gonna not look at this. Why don't I just delete it? What the heck? Oh, because it's the same layer. Okay, you know what? I really don't need this anymore. Or at all. The heck out of here. And now I can decide how much to crop this. I think that's what's throwing me off. It's like it's throwing me off in terms of how I read values. Like there's like that bright thing on the side. What the heck? Let's crop this right there. Okay, that's I think more tolerable. It's difficult. That's why I'm probably gonna go to sleep soon instead, because I feel like I'm not working efficiently. Oh, okay. I feel like I'm leaving some brain cells off the table right now. Oops. Okay, that's. Mm, mm. Yeah, but it's so far away from what I have in mind. Still. It's gone you. It should be better than this. stop here for now and continue tomorrow. Probably won't stream, but I'll continue this tomorrow. The horn needs to be more back and more down. It's closer. Man, let's stay here forever. Jesus. All right, see you guys. If I keep going.